Good single to start with by Prashant. Wonderfully played. Beautifully cut away onto the offside. The first boundary for the Tigers. And Van Dam delightful stroke by Van Dam. That is Vikram Damle. Wonderful right hand, left hand combination for VK Tigers. Jaguars winning the toss and deciding to field. And that is pitched up, a diving attempt at point by Shiv Chainani. And Om Bakoria is bowling from the Council All In for Jaguars. Prashant Rajgadia back on strike. Off the legs, beautifully driven to the mid-wicket area. A long chase for the fielder there. Wonderful attempt by the leg in stopping a certain boundary. Beautiful attempt in the outfield by the mid-on player, saving a certain boundary. 8 for no loss after 4 deliveries in the first over. This is a 25-over match. This Sunday cricket, red ball cricket at the Pune Club. And this time, once again, pitched up, driven straight. I think the bowler getting a touch and his follow through and a single. So both the batsmen have middled the ball, and by the look so far, the wicket is playing true. The bowler is rightfully trying to pitch the ball up, trying to make use of the new ball, probably get some movement. That's a full toss, but straight to the cover fielder there. I think that's Mesh Pillai fielding well. End of the first over of the Jaguars bowling. It is 9 for no loss for VK Tigers. So 25 over match we have. 8 overs power play. 4 overs per bowler for the first 7 bowlers. 6 bowlers, and the 7th one will get just 1 over. That will complete the 25 over quota for the bowlers. And there comes Arav Vij, another wonderful bowler, wonderful pace, nip, a jumping round arm action, so that makes his delivery a little unplayable. The ball skids off as soon as it bounces. But most of these players, they play frequently against each other. And Arav Vij now bowling to Prashant Rajgaria. Captain Manpreet Uppal, I think, is keeping the wickets for the Jaguars. That's Samir Soyed, beg your pardon. Wonderful collection by Sam. Starting with a no ball, Arav Vij, but good pace. Good pace worked on that one. Plenty of power in those strong shoulders of Arav Vij. Puts in a lot of arm and shoulder into every delivery. Score moves on to 10. Shortish ball driven on the up, and that's over the head of Puneet Samant, who misjudges that one. It was played on the up. The ball was a bit short. For Prashant Rajgaria, a missed opportunity for the Jaguars. But that's the way Prashant plays. He just that's wrapped on the pads. Stepping out. Trying to play it across. No contact made. Well, the earlier delivery was anyway a free hit, so it's not a life there. But a good comeback by Aravij, beating Prashant Rajgaria, missing the line. That's converted to a full toss. Mid-on comes into play. Now comes the left-hander Van Dam, Vikram Damle. Samir Syed is keeping the wickets for the Jaguars. That's Manpreet first slip. Skipper for the Jaguars. A shuffle in the field. Umesh Pillai. Pillai goes to the leg side. Let's see what's his placement. So we've got one slip. We've got a third man who's deep on the boundary. Backward point is Amit Kamath. That's on the legs and beautifully flicked away. Beautifully flicked away to the square leg boundary. Aravij, and wonderful contact made there. So back at point, square leg actually had no chance to stomp that one. The second sizzling boundary for Van Dam. Tigers move on to 19. That's pitched up, but was a bit wide-ish because Van Dam was trying to reach it. A good one. This time, right in the block hole, not giving any room. Ending with the dot ball, end of 2 overs of the VK Tigers batting. 19 for no loss. Om Bakoria continuing from the council all end. 4 overs per bowler for the first 6 bowlers, and the 7th bowler will get only 1 over. There is a division of the 25 over bowling quota. So wonderful, delightful Sunday cricket, one-off Sunday red ball cricket match, generously supported by Vikram Kakade, who made it possible. Shot outside off. Oh, what a diving catch there by Sam Syed. Made. Well, that's a message hitting the bottom was supposed to go to the leg side, but balloons over first slip, or second slip actually, for a boundary. Well, that is pitched up and beautifully driven straight. Perfectly played straight, a beautiful straight drive. This one hit intentionally and went where it was intended to go. Looks like Bakoria is not getting much of movement. He is pitching the ball up, which is advised in a red ball match, initial overs. But little too full, and Prashant for the boundary. And this time another miss hit, probably getting the inside edge and a boundary. 3 boundaries on the trot for Prashant Rajgadia. And this is just the third over. Off the back foot, and this teasingly falling short of Amit Kamath there, who's in the covers. Sorry, that's on the mid-wicket side, beg your pardon. Well, rocking back on the back foot, Prashant Rajgadia, but lucky for him, it didn't connect well. Nicely played off the legs. We have a fine leg there. Kapil Sareen. A single to end that third over, bowled by the Jaguars. And the Tigers have made a healthy, solid start. 32 without losing a wicket. A very strong, solid batting lineup the Tigers have. We have Vikram Damle and Prashant who are opening. Then we have Vikram Kakade, the captain, Aryaman Pillai, Ronak Dole Patil, Krish Shah, Zamir Sheikh. And then, of course, they have utility Players like Amit Ramnani, Priyak Patel, Vijay Samant and Rajiv Nagrani. A solid batting. Aman Parekh now comes into the attack for Aman Parekh for the Jaguars, bowling the fourth over and his first over from the Pune club end. Starting with the wide there. Full toss on the legs and beautifully placed into the gap back out of square leg. Drifting down to the leg side. Amit Kamath there at square leg is just a mute spectator. Backward square leg boundary. So that's 4 boundaries on the trot for Prashant Rajgadia, minus the white ball, of course. 37 for no loss, Tigers. This time wrapped on the pads, trying to loft it to the leg side. Missing a dot ball. It's a good feeling for the bowler after conceding a wide and a boundary. One, this time beautifully connected, beautifully. Just beautifully dragging it from outside off and the middle, and a boundary between fine leg and backward square leg. Again, Prashant Rajgadia is hit top form, striking the ball as he pleases. Another boundary for him. .41 for no loss in the fourth over, Tigers. Once again, off the legs this time. There's a long chase for Amit Kamath. Let's see if we can stop it. Oh, sadly, the ball just beats him near the boundary. So another boundary, back-to-back boundaries, 3 boundaries in this over for Prashant. He had 3 in the earlier over as well, so he's just playing at a very blistering pace, piling up the runs, making the job easier for the batting that is to come, and they've got some big hitters down the line. Ronak Dole Patil, Ariman Pillai, they can really hit that ball high and mighty. Five short of 50 are the Tigers. Once again into the legs at the vacant gap at mid-wicket. They've got a player in the circle for that shot, but beautifully driven. Again, the ball drifting into the pads. And 49 is the score now, just 1 short of 50. And Rajgadia has blazed away to 38 of just 18 balls with 8 boundaries to his credit. And well, most of the deliveries, this time it's a bit short. Yes, holding the length back, as all the boundaries have been scored of deliveries which are pitched very, very high, very, very up. End of the over. End of 4. 49 for no loss are the Vicky Tigers versus the Jaguars, who won the toss and decided to bowl first. So I wonder if the captain is right now in two minds about the decision he took after the toss. Well, of course, it's a long match. 21 more overs to go. It's a 25-over match. Good bowlers. Bakoria will continue. He'll be bowling his third and the fifth for his team. They've got good bowlers to come. So they tried one over of Arav Vij. They'll get him back. A little later. Om Bakoria continuing from the Council Hall end. Short pitch ball, pushing the batsman back. And Van Dam there just punching it down at his feet. Good zippy delivery. He develops a bit of pace and sting Bakoria when he bowls short. It's a good ball to bowl first up at the start of over. Surprise the batsman with a short delivery. Shortish ball once again, this time in his ribs. Beautiful delivery. Now he's decided to hold back the length, Bakoria. All his earlier overs, the deliveries that were pitched up were dispatched to the fence. So I guess there's good, the bounce is very true and nice. It's a healthy bounce. So if you bowl good short pitch deliveries and keep it tight, difficult to score. An appeal for LB. The batsman is on the front foot. Umpire not interested. And once again, beautiful bowling by Bakoria in his third over. He's rectified the mistakes of his earlier overs, keeping the ball nice and short and straight at the batsman. They're one short of 50 and Bakoria is denying them that one run so far in his third over and the fifth of the Jaguars. Two more deliveries, four wonderful dot balls by Om Bakoria to Vikram Damle. Now they have and this time bit of it was a good attempt. 50 up for VK Tigers with that single by Damle. Van Dam manages to get to the other end. That gives one delivery for Raj Garia. 50 up after 4.5 overs for VK Tigers. Raj Garia is blazing away on 38. Damle doing well on 10. 10 boundaries scored so far in that 50. So good over by Bakoria, keeping the length short in this one, short and straight. Short and straight, that is the secret. Short and wide can be expensive. End of 5 overs, 50 for no loss. And we have the two Wanis approaching the pavilion. Tariq Parwani and Tush Aswani. So good 5 overs for the Jaguars and a good fifth over bowl by Bacoria for the Jaguars actually, and the Tigers must be pleased as punch with the 50 they have put up in the 5 overs thanks to the blazing innings by Prashant Rajgaria. And in comes Puneet Samant is taking his run up, so I guess he'll be bowling the 6th over for the Jaguars from the Pune Club end. So from this end, they have sort of experimented. The first over from the Pune Club end was bowled by Arav. The second was by Aman Parekh, and the third is being bowled by Puneet Samant. So I think that's a good move by the captain just to see how his bowlers are bowling. Maybe later on he'll change their ends and get them from the other side. Van Dam facing Puneet. And that's down the leg. Puneet starting with a wide. This time they don't have a slip. So Samir Sayyed is the lone warrior behind the stumps with the gloves. I got Shiv Chainani at point. This time going for a flick off his legs. Once again, it's wide down the legs. Good collection, good keeping by Sam Sayyed. Watching the ball very closely. So we have a wide gully and Umesh Pillai and Shiv Chainani at a point. Amit Kama, the third man. Manpreet Uppal, who's there at very, very short cover. Arav Vij at mid-off. Full toss, and that is hit into the covers. Not much that Om Bacoria can do. Full toss outside off, and Van Dam just lifting it over the covers. One bounce for a boundary. The Jaguars have served a lot of over-pitch deliveries, full toss deliveries. That has made the scoring easier for the Tigers. This time it is short. That is a good change. Line and length. And beautiful straight drive. Goes to long on for a boundary. Pitched on his legs, and Van Dam delightfully drives it just wide of the umpire on the onside. Beautiful boundary. And that's straight to Manpreet Uppal. That is the wicket, pitching up, slightly going out towards offside. Damle misses the line and just straight away lifts into the hands of Manpreet Uppal at short cover. The first wicket of the Tigers falls. It's Vikram Damle, Van Dam, who is holed out after that boundary. So 60 for 1 after 5.4 overs. So it's 60 for 1. Vikram Damle perishes 60 for 1 after 5.4 overs. And Vikram Damle. हेलो हाँ ठीक है. 18 scored by Vikram Damle, a good short innings with 4 wonderful, delightful boundaries and 15 balls. In goes, let's wait and see, Ronak Dole Patil. And Ronak is one of the star players at Pune Club, has been a MVP of many a tournament. I remember the last CCL we played here, he was the player of the tournament. He dazzled with the bat and the ball. So there goes Ronak Dole Patil. He will take the strike. Puneet Samant, after conceding those boundaries, has got a wicket. The first one for the Jaguars. Vikram Damle falling. Ronak replacing him. Prashant Rajgadia going great guns at the non-striker's end. 38 of 20 balls for Prashant Rajgaria and 8 boundaries. Ronak faces first ball from Puneet Samant. Varied its pace a little bit. The third delivery was a short, and the fourth he pitched it up and beat the batsman. That's how he got that wicket. Beautiful, delightful stroke. Bowled straight at the legs of Ronak, but watches the ball and plays it respectfully to mid-on Arav Vij there. The bat making a beautiful sound as it connected with the ball. And this time again reaching out, playing it respectfully. Ronak Dole Patil stretching outside at the off end of that over. A successful one for the Jaguars and Puneet Samant. End of 60 overs, 60 for 1. 6 overs, beg your pardon. End of 6 overs, it's 60 for 1. Ronak Dole Patil is yet to open his account. Prashant Rajgadia, 38 of 20 balls with 8 boundaries. And let's wait and see if Om Bakhoria. So Captain Manpreet Uppal is thinking of coming from the council all end as we seeing him warming up and measuring his run-up. So he's saved 1 over of Om Bakhoria, who's bowled a 3 for 23. His third over was a very good one. He just conceded 1 run in that. So his first 2 overs conceded 22. The third one was brilliant. He held his length back, bowled a bit short and straight. So now this is the 5th bowler being used by the Jaguars in form of the captain Manpreet Uppal, who will be bowling to Prashant Rajgaria, who is just in a murderous mood. He's hitting everything that can be hittable and that is not hittable. A good loosener to start with, just outside off. Prashant just lets it go. That is a wide. And extra run, 61 is the score. This time trying to flick it off his legs, gets a bottom edge. The ball balloons over leg flip for another boundary. The fortune is really favoring the Brave. And the Braveheart in question is Prashant Raj Gadia, who is now moved on to 42 of just 22 balls, 9 boundaries for him. The Tigers have moved on to 65 for 1. So now a third man falls back. And now pulling the length back, a short pitch ball straight into the batsman's waist is played back for a dot ball. And that is hit straight back to the bowler. One bounce into the bowler's hand. Good bowling so far by Manpreet. Did concede a boundary, but that was a missed edge. This time stepping out, reaching up to the ball and driving it straight towards long on for a single. Prashant. That brings Ronak on strike. He just faced 2 deliveries. He's yet to get off mark. Beautiful, delightful straight drive. Fabulous, wonderful straight drive there for a boundary. Perfectly dissecting long on and long off. Ronak Dole Patil getting off the mark with a delightful boundary. Ronak. Beautiful straight drive, just went kissing the carpet all the way to the boundary. Prashant is now on 43, 7 short of his 50. End of 7 overs, 70 for 1. 10 is a very, very healthy average for the Tigers. And that's beautifully lofted wide of mid-on. One bounce over the boundary. Prashant Raj Gadia is seeing the ball as big as a football. The ball was pitched up on the middle stump, coming onto the leg stump. Just lofted it wide of mid-on. This time rocking to the back foot and pulling it, but straight to Manpreet, who's there at short mid-wicket, 3 runs short of his 50. Prashant Raj Gadia now on 47 of 27 balls. And short pitch ball, cut away. And at backward point on the point boundary, good job by young Shiv there. Well, he's in a delightful touch, Prashant. Good delivery there. Punch back straight to the bowler. Fielding well in his follow through. 75 for 1. VK Tigers. Good fielding and anticipation by Manpreet there. And I think there's one more ball. Yes, one more ball to go in this one. 75 for 1. And that is beautifully driven. On the offside. A single end of the 8th over, 76 for 1. Both the batsmen are striking and stroking the ball delightfully. Both the bats are making a beautiful sound. The Willows, good quality bats, used to play some good quality strokes. Like I told you, they have got many more wonderful batsmen to follow. They still have Aryaman Pillai, Krish Shah. (76) after 8 overs, 76 for 1 are VK Tigers. Manpreet Uppal continues to bowl from Council Hall end. Shortish, cut away, and beating both the fielders on the offside for a boundary. Delightful cut off the back foot there. And going to the point boundary for 4. Ronak Dolly Patil there now joining the party. This is his second boundary in 7 deliveries. He's on 9. 80 up for Tigers after 8.1 overs. A healthy scoring rate of 10 per over. Beautiful straight drive again. And good use of the foot there at the long on boundary. Nicely fielded. Prashant is on 48, 2 short of 50. Oh, and that's a 6. 50 up for Prashant Rajgadia, going on to 50. 54. Just lofted that, the outstretched hand of, touching the outstretched hand of the long on fielder. And that's a 6. It bounced off the fielder's hands and went for a 6. Short pitch off the back foot. Beautiful connection. Is that the second 6? Yes, it is. Consecutive 2 6s for Prashant Rajgadia. Shortish ball. He rocked on the back foot. Delightful, delightful stroke. Beautifully lifted it between long on and deep mid wicket for another 6. 2 back-to-back 6s. He's already had 3 boundaries, consecutive boundaries in 2 overs. Now 2 6s in 2 balls. He's blazing away on 60, and now will this take him to 61? Well, at this rate, he will surely He continues in the same form. I think 100 is there in the pipeline. We are just in the 9th over. Beautiful, delightful, off the legs. But very good fielding by Amit Kamath there. And a risky run trying to very well sent back by non-striker Prashant. Good fielding by Amit Kamath there. So end of 9 overs, 94 for 1. Helmet. So he's asked for a helmet now. They've got Arav Vij coming in. So that's the respect to the bowler and his ability. So he's blazed away on to 60, Prashant Rajgadia. 61 of 31 balls, 10 boundaries, 2 sixes, a strike rate of 196.7. The average score on the Pune Club ground is 177 for the first team, team batting first, and 180 runs with the team batting second. So this is the average score for the last 10 matches. So the last 10 matches, the ground is favored the chasing team. So no need to lose heart for the Jaguars after the blistering innings of Prashant Rajgadia of 61 of 31 balls, 10 boundaries, 2 sixes. And now they've got Arav Vij back. And Captain Manpreet just used him for 1 over. And he has another 3 to go. So Arav Vij now bowling to the man in red hot form, Prashant Rajgadia. .94 for 1. Viga Tigers in the 10th over. Arav Vij bowling from Pune Club end to Prashant. And that's again beautifully connected. Wide of the fielder. And that's a boundary. On the leg side. Beautifully connecting well. The ball pitching on middle. Coming onto those legs. And he just wonderfully lifted it over backward square leg. 1 bounce over the fence. Prashant Rajgadia has gone on to 65. The Tigers are at the threshold of 100. 98 for 1. 2 short of 100. This time trying to reach out. Just a bad ball hitting the toe end of the bat at red dot ball. And the way Prashant Rajgadia is playing, the blood is pulsating in his veins. Shortage. This time, to the leg side. Beautifully played, backward square leg boundary. Fabulous batting. He's picking the gaps at will. And 100 up for Viga Tigers. 100 up. 102 in 9.3 overs. Prashant Rajgadia on 69 and 33 balls. 12 boundaries and 2 sixes. 2 hits onto the leg side in this over itself. 1 lofted shot, 1 beautiful pull of the back foot. And the backward square leg is just a mute spectator at that time. Arav Vij to Prashant. And this time again into the gap. Beautifully playing it wide of the short mid-wicket fielder in the square. And the ball goes to the mid-wicket boundary. Another boundary. (106 for 1 after 9.4. Prashant Rajgadi on 73. He's racing away to his century. Beautifully cut away off the back foot. Short pitch outside of backward point. Boundary. Boundary to the backward point of boundary. Another 4. Prashant races away to 77, 110. One ball to go in this 10th over. We are in the 10th over. Last ball of the 10th over. And full toss. Beautifully pulled away again, backward to square leg. 77. Now moving on to 81 and 37 balls, Prashant Rajgadia. 81 in 37 balls, 15 boundaries and 2 sixes. Strike rate of 218.9. And he is murdering the bowling attack. Well, of course, with due respect to the batsman, the line and length has at times been suspect. And the batsmen have capitalized on it. Ball is coming on nicely to the bat. Short pitch deliveries were not straight at the batsman. There was always a lot of room. So now there comes Akshay Shah to bowl from the Council Hall end. Akshay Shah will bowl from the Council Hall end for the Jaguars. So another new bowler tried by the Jaguars. And a change of a helmet to a cap for Ronak after that slow bowler coming in. Remember, we are in the month of April, so it's sizzling hot in the middle. Change of headgear will bring a tremendous amount of relief and some ventilation for the batsman. Ronak on strike, and I am sure he's enjoying the beautiful fiesta of some swashbuckling batting by Prashant. Akshay, first ball to Ronak Dholi Patil, wide ball. He tried to pull that one, but just no contact made at all. It was an absolutely loose delivery there, no doubt. Now this time driven away towards long on for a single. And Ronak Dholi Patil has very sensibly and smartly decided to play second fiddle to Prashant Rajgadia. And this time beaten. This time trying to drag that delivery from off to leg, lucky not to make a contact. But he's in an absolute attacking and murderous mood. This time trying to flick it to the leg side, not making a contact. That's a white ball down the leg. Yes, he's just getting the feel of the wicket, Akshay Shah. And this time another wide. He will just go straight at the batsman, go at the pads, just keep it short of good length. Go straight, bowl at the pads, bowl at the batsman. And that's a much better improvement. Yes. It's not always so easy for a new bowler to come and get his line and length spot on. And this time, beautifully driving it to long off. Puneet Samant is alert there. Comes gently trotting towards the ball, single there. Now getting a hang of the line and length, Akshay Shah. Short edge tapped away. A single towards point for Prashant. Although rare singles. I doubt if he's taken many singles in his innings. $121 up. Of the back foot, punched away, but straight to Puneet at long off. A single to end that over. 122 for 1. After 11 overs at a fabulous run rate of over 11 per over. And the projected score is 277. Prashant Rajgadia, 82 of 39 balls with 15 boundaries and 2 sixes. A staggering strike rate of 210. Ronak Dhole Patil sensibly just giving all the strike to Prashant, who's a man in form. So he's playing second fiddle. Good supporting innings by Ronak of 13 of 13 balls with 2 boundaries. Akshay Shah, in the scheme of things, it's a decent over, just conceding 8 there. Initially struggling with his line and length, but then improving. Aravij has been replaced by the young Shiv Chainani, one of the youngest players at Pune Club, young Shiv. And he's a little boy who can hold his own. He's a kid who can stand tall amongst the adults. Isn't phased away. In fact, he thrives and revels in playing with the big boys. And the fact that he stays right opposite the Pune Club ground on the other side of the road. Whenever he feels like playing cricket, all he has to do is cross the road. And voila, he's on the cricket ground. So let's see, he's taking a slightly longer run up. Let's see what kind of bowling it'll be. He'll be bowling to Ronak. Start of the 12th over. Beautiful, delightful, flighted delivery. Nice to see a young man not being afraid of flighting the ball. Well, and frankly speaking, flighted deliveries have become a rarity. In the days of Prasanna and Chandrasekhar, flighted deliveries were the norm. A beautiful flight again. Ronak reaching out and nicely driving it to long off for a single. Beautiful textbook stroke. Now comes Prashant, who's on 82. Good delivery. Prashant there, going a little easy. For now, just he's probably catching his breath. Well, even the eagles flying on the ground have gone up in the sky, considering the kind of lofted shots Prashant is hitting. They're trying to go outside the range of the firing range. Shortish ball outside, pulled away. Well, it's falling short. It's falling short of Aman. With due respect, it would have been a little difficult to go for that ball. Lofted shot on to the mid wicket area. This time cut away off the back foot at point. But just a single. The Manpreet is there on the boundary. So 126 1. Nicely driven to long on. Puneet there. Just a single. A good over by the young man. Shiv Chainani bowling very well. End of that 12th over. 126 1. Just 4 runs conceded by Shiv Chainani in that over. Okay, I think the umpire is signaled. Okay, the umpire is signaled for a drinks break, fielding team. Okay, next. Okay, we'll take it after next. Okay, next. Okay. So we'll have the drinks break after this over. The score is 126 for 1, 12 overs. Strike batsman 84, non-striker 15. So Prashant Rajgadia, 84 of 42 balls and just 16 short of his century. And Akshay Shah continues from the council hall end. Will be second, conceded 8. The first over. Akshay to Prashant. And that is a beautiful straight drive. But once again using the legs effectively, Aman Parekh there, saving that boundary. All the same, this time wide outside off. .128 cap. Beautiful off drive, straight to Puneet. Yeah, giving. Once again, a beautiful Sunday cricket match supported by Vikram Kakade here at the Pune Club. And going for a nice off drive, again a single. Well, is holding back the boundaries now. Prashant Rajgadia is dealing in singles for now. Ronak back on strike on 16. Oh, that was an outside edge, wide of the keeper. He has no support in slips. There is no slip there, and let's wait and watch. I think yes. So finally Akshay managing to beat the batsman, getting outside edge. Single. Prashant back on strike. 86. And this time into the gap. But Aman Parekh reaches the ball before it crosses the fence. Another single taking Prashant to 87. .132 for 1. Tapped away, end of 13 overs. 13 overs, 133 for 1. VK Tigers batting against Jaguars. Now it's a drinks break. So a wonderful start for the VK Tigers. A very good opening stand between Vikram Damle and Prashant Raj Gadia. It is Vikram who started with some two delightful boundaries that set the tone for the attacking mood of the Tigers, and then just Prashant Raj Gadia suddenly decided to go into top gear, and then he just started butchering the bowling on all corners of the field. Got a couple of lucky edges, but otherwise some delightful lofted hits, delightful boundaries. And he is having a wonderful Sunday, Prashant Raj Gadia. 87 now in 46 balls, 45 balls. And just Puneet Samant getting the wicket of Vikram Damle there at short cover. Caught well by Manpreet Uppal. And after that, it's been a very, very steady supporting innings by Ronak Dole Patil, who's on 18 of 19 balls with two boundaries. It looks like in between the drinks break, so it has been, so far it has just been a delightful Prashant Rajgadia show on display here in this beautiful Sunday cricket match here at the Pune Club, brought to you by Vikram Kakade, who is yet to come and bat now. He'll be coming to bat a little later. So they have no shortage of destructive batsmen. We have Vikram Kakade. Then we have got Chris Shah, who can play in all gears. Beautiful, delightful off drive. Wide of long off. Shiv Chainani resuming the proceedings with the ball after the drinks break. And the first boundary after the drinks break, this time of the blade of Ronak Dole Patil. 139 for 1. The projected score is 258. Current run rate is 10.30. Off the back foot, punched away. Puneet Samant is there. A delightful straight drive, full toss ball converted into a beautiful straight drive by Prashant Rajgadia. He's raced away to 92 and the Tigers on 144. Akshay Shah continues from the Council Hall end. He'll be bowling his third and the 15th of the Jaguars bowling. Now, Akshay Shah bowling to Ronak Dole Patil. Slightly short of the back foot, punched away straight to long on. 145 now. There comes Rajgadia, who's on 92. Everybody is eagerly looking forward to the century of Prashant Rajgadia. And that's white ball down the leg. That's up in the air and falling in no man's land. Prashant Rajgadia. Off the back foot, straight to the cover boundary for a single. Up in the air, but this time again falling very, very short of long off. Prashant Rajgadia doesn't bother to run. Well, that was a on drive, almost knocking the head of the non-striker. This time he takes the single. And Full toss ball, beautifully squatting on his knees and beautifully dispatching it backward square leg for a boundary. 150 up for VK Tigers, 155 for 1 after 15 overs. Ronak on 32 of 26 balls. Prashant on 94 of 50 balls. Still the projected score is 258. Shiv Chainani, first delivery, gently tapped away to mid wicket for a single by Prashant. Well, that was pitched up and a boundary on the cover fence. Well, it's nice to see the young man bowling leg spin and mostly googlies. It's an art form that needs to be sustained. Of course, with due respect due to IPL and Shane Warne. Again, pitched a little up, but Priyak Patel attempting that boundary at long on. Good attempt by Priyak. Well, if young Shiv can just hold the length back a little bit. Because he's Ronak Dhole Patil is known to stretch out. He reaches out. So this time straight into the legs. That's a good delivery. No room for the batsman to play into the gaps. As I was saying, Ronak Dhole Patil, he stretches out, reaches out. So he converts short of good length deliveries. And that's bowled him. Young man Shiv Chainani strikes, playing across the line, trying to pull it to the leg side. Prashant Rajgadia falls short of his 100. A dashing, swashbuckling, exhilarating, explosive inning comes to an end on 95. 95 of 52 balls with 16 boundaries and 2 sixes. What a delivery there by Shiv Chainani. What a delivery by young Shiv. Fabulous delivery. It is a googly that stayed low and he played all over it and he played across. Fabulous delivery by young Shiv Chainani. It's a pity, but a fabulous innings by Prashant Rajgadia. It's a pity we did not see a century, but a swashbuckling, blazing, pulsating scintillating and exhilarating innings. It is a delight to watch those fabulous strokes. And the second wicket of the Tigers falls at 165 for 2. Good first delivery. And that's Vikram Kakade on the pitch. So there's no respite for the Jaguars bowling. One hitman replaced by another hitman. "41 of 29 balls is Ronak Dole Patil. And Akshay Shah continues, so he'll bowl his fourth over. Vikram Kakade is the non-striker. Even he's a guy who doesn't believe much in singles and doubles. He prefers the boundaries, Akshay Shah. Now bowling to Ronak. It's his last 4 overs per bowler is a quota. And that's way outside off stump. That's wide. Nicely driven. Aman Parekh there at long off. A single. Vikram Kakade facing Akshay. And going for that hike. Beautiful off drive by Vikram Kakade. Like I told you, he prefers boundaries in sixes. And he likes to play with a big back lift. That is how you can guess. The moment he sees the ball in a hitting area, his back lifts goes high. Short outside off of the back foot, this time straight to long off, who's a bit wide. They've had a change of keeper. I think Umesh Pillai is keeping now. Sam Sayed has relieved himself of the gloves. Slightly short of the hips. Square leg comes into action. A single. A healthy total is in the offing. Still the projected score is 258. Full toss and hit straight, but there's Kapil Sareen there at backward square leg boundary. And a single for Vikram Kakade. End of the 17th, 174 for 2. They've consistently maintained their 10 run per over scoring average, the Tigers, and they are in line to put up a very big score. Overall, good contributions by all the batsmen who've stepped onto the pitch so far for the Tigers. Vikram Damle, Van Dam, giving his team a very good start with a solid 18. He set the tone, the aggressive tone for his team's batting style, and all the other batsmen continuing from there. Prashant Raj Gadia, we saw him, a hit and go innings, blazing away 94 of 40 plus balls, or 52 balls. Though he kind of slowed down in the last 10-15 deliveries. Ronak Dole Patil has been very watchful but has dispatched the loose ball. Shiv Chainani bowling to Vikram Kakade. This time a swing and a miss. Good delivery. End of another good over by Shiv Chainani. That's, I think that is a brilliant delivery that knocked off his stumps. We didn't notice that, very sorry. But Shiv Chainani, the second wicket for Shiv, Vikram Kakade falls early today. Trying to go for that hit, but the ball was not there in the hitting zone. Then he had to play it half cock, missing it. Clean bowled. So two wonderful deliveries on the stump for Shiv Chainani. Two batsmen bowled by the young man. In goes Aryaman Pillai. 174 for 3 after 17.3 balls. Shiv bowling to Aryaman Pillai. Aryaman facing his first ball. 2 wickets for young Shiv Chainani. Getting rid of the in-form Prashant Raj Gadia, and then the new batsman Vikram Kakade. And that's another wicket. The young man has tasted blood and he's knocked off the very, very adept Aryaman Pillai. What a delivery by the young man. He has 3 wickets. Zamir Sheikh stepping in now. Let's see that replay. Beautiful delivery. And the ball staying low, and it's googly Aryaman Pillai expecting a leg spin. Ball was pitched straight, just a bit short of length. And he was looking for a leg spin, which he was planning to drag down the leg side. But the googly flummoxing him. 2 wickets on back-to-back deliveries for young Shiv Chainani. This is a talent which we have to watch for the future. Fabulous bowling, 3.2 overs, 25 runs and 3 wickets for young Shiv Chainani. So he's been the star of the bowling and fielding team. Knocking off all the 3 batsmen, last 3. And Puneet Samant getting the first breakthrough for Jaguars, and then Shiv Chainani. So he's on a hat trick now. The captain is giving him a lot of support. He's bringing in close-in fielders. They've given him a slip. They've given him a short mid-wicket in closing position. The captain himself is at short cover. Midona is very, very up. And that was almost Yorker length, a beautiful delivery. Zamir Sheikh there sensibly played it watchfully. Ball was just pitched a little up into the block hole. And that's up in the air, but it is wide of long off. That's a boundary. But a fabulous over so far by young Shiv. Well, he's brave enough. He's pitching up the ball. He doesn't mind conceding that odd boundary. This time, outside edge, swing and a miss. He's got his act together. He's in the groove, Shiv Chainani. Fabulous bowling by the young man. Delightful. All googlies taking the wicket. 4 overs, 29 runs and 3 wickets. A standout bowler for the Jaguars. Captain Manpreet Uppal must be very delighted with the young man's contribution. 178 for 4 after 18 overs. 178 for 4 after 18 overs. Well, and Shiv Chainani has bowled delightfully. His deliveries, they suddenly change the pace after bouncing and they take their own time. The delivery slows down after bouncing. That's what beats the batsman. They play over it. Ball goes very slowly after bouncing. And we have some sultry, sizzling weather. A roasted papadum weather. The bowler is Aman Parekh. Aman Parekh comes to bowl. I think it will be his second over. Yes, they tried 1 over for him from the Pune club end. Now they are getting him from the other end. Aman Parekh this time from the Council Hall end. Umesh Pillai is the keeper. And we have Tariq Parwani who's padded up. And straight to Shiv Chainani, who's undoubtedly a very good fielder. $180 for 4 in 18.2 overs. A white ball. $181 for 4 after 18.1 over. Aman to Zamir. reaching out for that delivery. Just a single, bit of a miss hit. Ronak comes back on strike. Now he's on 44 of 32 balls. Pretty spread out field. Shortish off the back foot, cut away. Into the cover fence, and hard luck for young Shiv there. At the cover boundary, he just bent down to stop the ball, just deflecting of his hands, crossing the fence. Ronak moves on to 48. He's too short of his 50. Tigers move on to 186 for 4. Shortish delivery outside off stump. He just went on the back foot and just hit it to covers. Well, a third man is up. Point. Deep cover boundary. This time reaching out. Good use of the legs by Manpreet there. He's in the short extra cover. Then they have a long off. Long on, mid wicket, deep square leg, fine leg. That is the field placement. And this time a swing and a miss. Zamir Sheikh. Beautiful delivery, just short of length, bouncing a little. Beating Zamir, and a boundary there. The ball beat the keeper as well. $191, now moving on to 192. End of 19 overs, 192 for 4, 6 more overs to go. They're still on target to score 250 plus, the VK Tigers. Ronak on 49 of 34 balls, 6 boundaries, 1 6. Zamir Sheikh on 6 of 7 balls with 1 boundary. 49, 1 short is 50 for Ronak. Let's wait and see who will come and bowl the 20th over. I think let's wait. I think probably that's Kapil Sareen getting his bowling run up. So it should be Kapil Sareen. The new bowler now they're getting in. Remember, since it's a 25 over match, 6 bowlers will have 4 overs each. And only 1 bowler will get 1 over. I wonder who that bowler will be. So Kapil Sareen bowling to Zamir Sheikh. First ball. A loopy flighted delivery. Had a tough time reaching to that one. All the same dragging it to mid wicket for a single. Zamir just didn't have the patience for it to bounce. Just reached out to it. Getting the toe end. Ronak on strike. 1 short of 50. Flighted full toss. Into the gap. Perfectly piercing, and that's a 50 up for Ronak Dole Patil. 53 for him in 35 balls with 7 boundaries and 1 6. Full toss ball, perfectly placed in between a long off and a cover boundary. So 1 leg spinner replacing the earlier leg spinner, Kapil Sareen, bowling to Ronak. This time, it was almost Yorker length, trying to flash it to onside. Miss hit, appeal for a leg before, and that's a leg by. in comes Zamir. Let's see, they're bringing one fielder from the leg side. Fine leg is now coming towards into the short cover area. This time just flick of wrist, and there's a confusion between both the fielders. A boundary, long on and long off. Both are in a position to stop it. पहले आप के चक्कर में गाड़ी निकल गई. And that's a boundary. Well, that's why calling out players is important. They have to give verbal shouts to each other if they cannot communicate eye to eye. Oh, it was a nice delivery, almost Yorker lane, dug it out beautifully. A very solid and stable, watchful innings played by Ronak Dole Patil. End of Kapil Sareen's over. 204 for 4 after 20 overs. Kapil Sareen conceding 11 in that first one. And Parekh on the other end has conceded 2 of 27. Zamir on 12 in 10 deliveries. Ronak on 54 of 37. 5 overs. They are definitely scoring 10 per over. So we are on course to cross 50. 250. There goes Zamir. Rishi with the bit of refreshments and water for the players. It's a good day for the Chainanis. His son has really done well. His son has shown with the ball. And Aman Parekh continues. This would be his third over from the council all end this time. Ronak looking solid on 54. And let's see who has batted. They have Krish Shah, they have Tariq Parvani. And going for that expansive drive, getting outside edge, ball going towards square leg for a single. I'm sure they'll have Tariq Parvani coming in if there's a wicket fall. A bowler is Aman Parekh continuing. And Zami this time stepping out and missing completely. Well, very smartly just wearing his line, Aman Parekh there. He saw the batsman advance. Didn't change the length, but changed the line. Swing and a miss. Driven straight to long off. Good job at long off. Oh, delightful cover drive. Beating the diving effort of Manpreet there. A fabulous shot by Ronak Dole Patil. Ronak facing Aman, a delightful boundary. Delightful huge 6-over long off. Zamir Sheikh connecting and connecting well. Lifting it straight through the line for youth 6. So end of that over. A very productive one for the Tigers. Donche 17, 4 out. 217 for 4. 4 more overs to go. Kapil Sareen continues. They have 2 more overs to go of Arav Vij, I think 1 or 2. So we'll see Arav Vij in action probably from the next over. And that's up in the air and taken. Hitting the toe end of the bat and a beautiful catch taken there. And another batsman caught in the deep. Very good change of length and line by Kapil Sareen when he saw Krish Shah advance. Fabulous catch taken by Amit Kamath there at backward of square leg. Very well judged catch by Amit Kamath. Good job by the Jaguars in the outfield. They've grabbed all the catches and the opportunities that came their way. Well, the tail, instead of wagging, is now sagging for the Tigers. And 220 for 7. 3 quick wickets have put the brakes on the free flow of runs by
Coming.
lull in the proceedings. And steps Rishi Chainani, the new batsman. Tapped away to Squelic for a single. So the score moves on to 228. And that's up in the air and over the boundary. Humongous hit by Priyak Patel over the long off boundary. $234 for 8. End of that over. 234 for 8. 23 overs have gone. Now 2 overs to be bowled. And that's a Karata shot over mid wicket. Doesn't matter how he hits it, it's the end result that matters. And a good boundary for Priyak Patel, who's now trying to rectify the mistake of the other tail enders, making his presence count with a 6 and a boundary. Full toss and take. Oh! The rare drop by Om Bakoria. He almost had it in the bag. The last minute it just popped out. Ball probably hitting the wrist instead of the palm. A life for Priyak Patel. Cut away off the back foot. They have point there. Shiv Chainani, sharp throw. Single for Tariq. Well, Om Bakoria has taken some fabulous outfield catches. Well, that's part and parcel of the game. And now it is 241 for 8. Oh, played uppishly over the batsman, the bowler's hands, a single at long on. 242. Well, the first sight is 250 is what they're looking at. Off the back foot, does not connect. Tariq not happy with his effort. 243. End of Kapil Sarin's fourth over. End of 24 overs. 243 for 8 are the VK Tigers. The first thing is, surely they'll want to reach, they'll surely aim for 250 first. 7 runs is definitely what they'll try to get in the final over. Sam Sayyed is now coming to bowl his second over. Captain Manpreet going with Sam Sayyed. So the final over to be bowled, we were expecting Arav Vij to do that job, but the captain has pulled a rabbit out of his hat and has surprised the opposition by continuing with Samir Sayyed. And again a swing and a miss. It was a good delivery, very, very short. Tariq going for the big heave and missing the line. Again a good delivery, no room given by Sam. Good running by Tariq there, struggling. Fabulous effort by again a swing and a miss this time, but a boundary was there. Well, they did get a fluke edge. No review for that. Review is only for stumping or run out. So that's a boundary. The bowler was asking for a review, but this time he makes a contact and a huge 6. He got the stroke that he was looking for, searching for, trying for, hoping for, and Tariq Parwani with a huge 6. Over long off, and they have crossed 250. That takes them to 255 for 8. That humongous, delightful off 6 over the off boundary. A single and last delivery to be bowled, 256. So they have lived up to their task of sticking to the projected score. Throughout the innings, they've maintained a healthy score of 10 runs per over. They have achieved that, 250 already. All the other runs are bonus. Last ball, Samir Sayyed to Priyak Patel. And a swing and a miss. But a single. End of the VK Tigers batting. 257 for 8 in 25 overs. A lion's share of those runs was scored by Prashant Rajgadia, 95 runs. Then the second highest contribution, Ronak Dole Patil, 60. And some fine cameos by Priyak Patel, Tariq Parwani, Vikram Damle, and some other batsmen. That took them to 257 for 8. And now Manpreet's Jaguars have a target of 258 to win in 25 overs. We'll now take a lunch break and we will see you after the lunch break. From the Pune Club grounds, the Sunday cricket match brought to you by Vikram Kakade. Okay. The lunch is after the match. So, okay, we'll take a short break. And then after the match, we'll break for lunch. Puneet Samant, Umesh Pillai, Aman Parekh, Kapil Sareen, Shiv Chenani, Om Bakoria, Samir Syed, Akshay Shah. They had Mr. Bansode in the lineup, but he's not yet turned up. So now I guess he will not be able to bat. To reach a target of 258 in 25 overs. Asking rate is more than 10 per over. Opening the batting, we have skipper Manpreet Uppal is there and Amit Kamath. Priyak Patel, the left-hander, opening the bowling from the Pune club end. We all set. Jaguars to bat. Tigers to defend, 257 the total. Well, first runs for Amit Kamath, single at mid-on. Chris Shah does well to field. That's wide outside off. The left-hander bowling to the right-hander. Oh, that's another wide. We've seen quite a few bowlers struggle with getting the line and length right straight away. And Priyag has come after a long layoff. He's recovered from a pretty grim injury. Outside off again, a wide. Well, the simplest advice one gives to a bowler who's bowling wide is come around the wicket. Or in his case, he's bowling over the wicket because there's a right-hander. He just changes his bowling side. Okay. Now this time straight. A bit of advice working now. The ball going straight onto the batsman's body. Beautiful straight drive. A bit wide of long off, but very well fielded by Tariq. It's good to feel the ball in the middle of the bat and hear that nice, delightful sound from the bat. It just gives a very positive feeling to the batsman. The beautiful sound of a bat striking in the middle of the blade. Slightly short, turned away by Amit Kamath. We've got Rajiv Nagrani there. He's standing on the leg side on the square. A closing catching position, which means the bowler will try to bowl on off and middle and get the ball into the batsman's leg. Make him play and cut away, nicely fielded backward point. Good job there by Van Dam. Water. Yeah. Got it. End of the first over, 7 for no loss. 251 is what the Jaguars need. Now, I think Chris Shah is marking his run up from the council all end, so he'll bowl the second over of his team and his first. The power plays for the first 8 overs. 25 overs, 6 bowlers will get 4 overs apiece. One bowler gets 1. Single over to bowl. Now Manpreet will face Chris Shah, and let's see. He has got third man who's a little up. We've got a backward gully, if you would say it, or a very withdrawn. Okay, so that is third man there, and Vikram Kakade. Then fine leg is up. Then we've got square leg, short mid wicket, long on, 7 for no loss after 1 over. We got a long on there. We've got a very short mid off. Priyak Patel is now making his way to long off. We have got a nicely pitched delivery, driven straight to the bowler. A single from Manpreet. Lofted on drive. To long on for a single. A nice measured shot, though it was played in the air, wide of the bowler. Full toss, pulled away off the legs, over backward square leg. Early, and that's the first boundary for the Jaguars. Manpreet just wonderfully, it was a lofted sweep. Chris Shah straying onto the leg of Manpreet, and Manpreet just beautifully just guiding it to backward square leg. Yes, they need a swashbuckling, blazing innings at the top. Something what Prashant Rajgadi had done for the Tigers. Remember? Beautiful cover drive, full toss converted. Back-to-back boundaries for Manpreet Uppal. The captain, and he's taking the bull by the horns. They need big innings at the top. And Manpreet is poised just to do that. Two back-to-back boundaries takes them to 19 for no loss. Was a direct hit. There's a muted appeal. It's become a serious appeal now. As I told you, we do have a provision for a run out and stumping referral. So we have a third umpire review. Our third umpire is now sitting with the TV crew. They'll go through the replays multiple times to ascertain and be very, very sure before they give the verdict. Sometimes the casual stride back to the crease can become dangerous. When the fielder catches the batsman off guard, knocks the stump over. One such case is being reviewed now by the third umpire. Yeah, it's the reviews happening. Wait, we'll just let you know. The review will be communicated. Well, it's the throw was at Amit Kamat's end, so I'm sure he's squatting down with his fingers crossed. Perhaps he knows he himself. Not out is the verdict, and Amit Kamat survives that scare. Well, back to the game. And full toss ball pulled away over mid wicket for a boundary. Three loose deliveries immediately pounced upon by Manpreet. So there's a correction in the earlier over. In this over, Manpreet had 1-6 and 2 boundaries. So 23 for no loss after 2 overs, and the current run rate is 11.5. They have to ensure that they are scoring above 10 per over. And they have a capable batsman in the tent as well, in Arav Vij. Puneet Samant, Umesh Pillai. And that's a humongous hit. A beautiful hit off the back foot over long on. A bounce and over the boundary. One bounce over the fence. Amit Kamath. He has all the abilities to replicate the inning of Prashant Rajgadia. And he can hit them very, very well. And that is once again driven, but very good work in the outfield by Chris Shah, covering a long distance. Bending down, saving a boundary for sure. Remember, the fielding conditions are much more difficult in the second innings than in the first. And what a catch! And he trapped him. The change of pace completely flummoxed the batsman. He's absolutely annoyed with himself, Amit Kamath. Priyak Patel bowling the probably the only change of pace delivery bowled so far in the match and trapping the batsman. Amit Kamath falls in the trap. Caught and bowled Priyak Patel. First wicket of the Jaguars falls on the score of 27. 29, beg your pardon. 29 for 1. After scoring that delightful lofted boundary over long on, Amit Kamath disappointed with himself. Well, in espionage terms, we would call it honey trapping. He got trapped by that juicy looking slow full toss delivery. It's all the same. The bottom line matters. The Tigers have the first blood. Very good reflexes by the bowler Priyak Patel there to catch. The shot had a lot of bite and power behind it to catch it. I'm pretty sure it must have stung his hands, but the joy of getting a wicket is much bigger compared to the pain of the ball stinging his palms. Another huge hitter, a big unit, Arav Vij comes to replace Amit. Nicely tapped into the gap by Manpreet. Good delivery, played very respectfully back to the bowler. A dot ball there, a wonderful over by Priyak Patel. Did concede a boundary but came back to get the wicket. 31 for 1 after 3 overs. Priyak Patel, 2 good overs with 15 runs and 1 wicket. Let's wait and see who will come to bowl. It's Vikram Kakade. So this wonderful Sunday match is brought to you by Vikram Kakade and his generous support for this match. Well, he disappointed himself with the bat. I'm sure he'll make amends with the ball now. Manpreet is on 18 of 10 balls with 2 boundaries and 1 6. Out of which has just been there, 1 run of 2 balls. It's Manpreet who will be facing Vikram Kakade. First delivery by Vikram Kakade into the pads of Manpreet, who's played it to long on for a single. And comes out of Vidge now. Beautiful straight drive to long off for a single. Full toss ball, mid off is up, so just one bounce, well fielded. Tariq Parwani there. Appeal. First umpire not interested. The first LB appeal coming from the pavilion. Oh, dangerous, dangerous, living dangerously, playing across the line. But good single stolen there, the non-striker Arav. Alert to the opportunity of a single. End of that over. A good one by Vikram Kakade, we must say. Appeal for leg before. Chance of a run out there, but the batsman had that covered. End of 4 overs, 34 for 1. And the first time the strike rate has dipped under 10. So 224 runs are needed in 126 balls. That is 224 needed in 21 overs. Priyak Patel continues from the Pune club end. Nicely pulled off the back foot. No chance for Chris Shah there at long on. Short ball, rocking back to the back foot, pulling that one. Remember, they have a short close-in fielder in a catching position there. It is precisely for these kind of shots. But very wisely, Aravic keeping that ball close to the ground. Boundary. 38 for 1. Once again, beautifully driven this time. Long on as goes straight to long on for a single. Fabulous fielding by Van Dam there at backward point. Charging on that ball like a leopard, and wonderful underarm pick and throw in the same action. "42 for 1 after 5 overs. Playing across the line, lucky there. And out of reach of Vijay Samant there at fine leg, a boundary for Arav Vij. Well, there was a touch contact with the bat in that stroke. It was a cross-batted sweep. The boundary is a boundary. And there is no post-mortem if the batsman is not out. What a beautiful flick. Fabulously flicked off his legs. A delightful shot. The kind of a shot a billiards player would play. Fabulous, fabulous shot. And 50 up for Jaguars. Lofted drive, one bounce to the cover fielder. That is a lofted cover drive. This time into the gap on the leg side. Good job done. I think it's Aryaman Pillai there. Yes. A tall, lanky and athletic Aryaman. Very good outfielder. So a single there. Full toss on the legs. All you had to do was flick it and a boundary. So straying down the leg side and conceding two boundaries there, Vikram Kakade. Sensible batting going on by these two. Not taking any untoward risk, and this should be their conduct and approach henceforth. They'll mix caution with aggression, capitalize on the loose ball, and trust me, they will come. Well, that is a good delivery. That was nicely placed into the legs of the batsman. Just a single there. Good comeback by Vikram Kakade to end his over. It's 56 for 1 after 6 overs. Arav Vij on 17 of 11 balls with 3 boundaries. Manpreet Uppal on 27 of 19 balls, 3 boundaries, 1 6. Both of them are going strong. Vikram Kakade 2 overs, 17 runs, no wicket. Priyak Patel 3 overs, 23 runs and 1 wicket. Let's see if Priyak continues. Yes, I think they're giving him 4 overs on the trot. Priyak Patel will continue. So they are going for the wicket taken attempt. It is important to break this partnership for the Tigers. The most dangerous pair is on the field as far as the Tigers are concerned. Well played. It was a nice delivery, just pitching on off and coming straight into the middle stump. Beautiful shot off his hips. Beautiful shot off his hips, wide of third man. And that's a boundary. Amit Ramnani, Amit Ramnani is there, called into action. Beautiful, delightful boundary by Manpreet. Good late cut off the back foot. Wide of the point fielder. He was just a mute spectator. Ball short and wide outside off stump, staying low. Delightful cut shot. Two back-to-back boundaries for Manpreet. He is really in red hot form now. If anyone can take his team across the asking target, it's the captain Manpreet. As I told you earlier, the last 10 matches, the team batting second has won most of the times. That is the statistic. And that is a beautiful effort by Chris Shaw on the boundary. Well, running wide from the long on position, going to long off and diving there to great fielding by the young man. More importantly, saving a boundary. What a delightful shot. Off the back foot into the covers. No need to move that for that. Even the fielders were enjoying that beautiful stroke. Arav Vij has joined the party now along with his captain. So 69 for 1 after 6.5 overs. Oh, what a fabulous diving effort there by Rishi Chainani. It was a sure boundary there, but and that is wonderful field placement by the team, saving a short boundary. So that's 70 for 1 after 7 overs. 188 runs needed in 108 balls. So the required rate is 10.44. The scoring rate is 10. Flat. Oh, just short of Chris Shah there. Miss it there. Beautiful delivery by Vikram Kakade, flummoxing the batsman, beating him. Lucky to survive. Outside edge, falling short of third man who's up. Beautiful cover drive into the gap. No scope for Amit Ramnani to stop it. Ramnani right now is feeling like border security force. Watching helplessly the smugglers escape to the other side of the boundary with all the contraband. He can do nothing to apprehend them, but putting in 100%. That is the beauty of the commitment to the game. So Manpreet Uppal continuing in his rich form. And this time, what a delivery by Vikram Kakade, enticing the batsman to reach out of the crease and beating him there. Beautiful delivery. Good comeback by the bowler. Or a delightful cut there by deliberate cut by Manpreet. Beautiful shot, a deliberate cut. A single that brings Arav on strike. The score is 76-1. And that's over Amit Ramnani's heads. Once again, this time the contraband is gone on a drone. Well, right now, Amit is a ball magnet. The ball follows him wherever he goes. But trust me, you never know. One will fall right into his hands. Full toss delivery, pulled away. And that's a boundary. Well, they had a player for the catching position there, but Arav Vij hit it wide of that fielder. They had a short mid-wicket there. And the scores have moved on to 84 for 1 after 8 overs. So maintaining their scoring rate of 10 runs plus. They are perfectly walking step in step with the VK Tigers batting, the Jaguars batsmen. They're exactly doing what the VK Tigers batting had done. Continuing in same vein. Yes. We're going for a short water break. We can understand it is much more stifling now with the heat increasing in the second half of this match. So Zamir Sheikh moving in, replacing Tariq, and Prashant Rajgadia is replacing Vikram Kakade. In the field, that is. So 8 overs gone, 84 for 1. They need 174 runs in 102 balls. That is 174 runs in 12 overs at a required rate of 10.24, which has been par for course today. 10 runs per over is par for course. Both the teams have not faced difficulties scoring at that rate. Just one wicket is gone. 12 more overs. पाणी दे रे जरा थोडंसं अजून बाहेर आणून पाणी पाणी. So it's Vijay Samant. Vijay Samant now comes to bowl, the new bowler, bowling from the club end. Is a very deceptive bowler. Looks dibbly, dobbly and wobbly, but tricky customer. Off the back foot, play towards the covers, and Amit Ramnani. The ball follows wherever he goes, offside, leg side, front of the wicket, back of the wicket. The ball is simply smitten by Amit Ramnani. It follows him wherever he goes. So another boundary, a slight loosener by Vijay Samant, short and wide outside off. Manpreet rocking to the back foot and beautifully driving it into the covers for a delightful boundary, 88 for 1 after 8.1. This time, Chris Shah fields at mid-wicket. The Tigers have consistently kept a fielder in the catching position in the square. This time the ball goes straight to Amit Ramnani. So the power play is over after 8 overs. This is the 9th over, so the power play is over. Now the captains have the freedom of placing their fielders wide. Driven straight to mid-wicket single. Stepping out, going to the pitch of the ball and driving it straight to Aryaman at long on, a single. That's a sign of supreme confidence when a batsman just steps out and drives the ball. This time, oh! Beating the outside hands of Prashant Rajgade, who just got onto the field. A sweep shot getting the upper edge. Backward square leg, just tipped his fingers and went for a boundary. Well, so that was a catch situation turned into a boundary. But of course, full effort put in by the fielder there. A boundary for the Jaguars, that's what's important. And now, at the end of 9 overs, it's 96 for 1. They are 4 runs short of 100. Amit Ramnani now comes to bowl. Amit from Council Hall End. He's done a lot of running on the boundary line. Good punch of the back foot. Good start by Amit Ramnani, just a single. He'll be delighted to get one wicket for all the running that he's done. But surely he would want to have a wicket or two against his name. Short edge outside off. And that was outside edge. It's not in a boundary. A lot of running by Zamir Sheikh there. Well, the keeper has put his hands to his head after that outside edge. If there was a slip, it would have been caught. But it's not to be. And that's a wonderful cover drive for a boundary. 100 up for the Jaguars. In the 10th over, 103 for 1. Captain Manpreet Uppal is 50 up. He's on 57 now. And truly a captain's innings being played by Manpreet Uppal. 57 runs and 32 balls with 9 fours and 1 6. Shortish cut away. Short pitch ball, cut away. Point is slightly wider towards the leg side, and that's a boundary. Capitalize on every loose delivery, Manpreet Uppal. Well, the aperture of his eye is right now at full exposure of the lens. 61 of 33 balls. And that is such beautiful batting. He's not letting the blood rush to his head. A nice sensible single to keep the strike after that beautiful boundary. Brilliant, brilliant partnership by Arav Vij and Manpreet Uppal. The partnership is of 79 of 44 balls, and last, that's one more ball to go in this over. Oh, that could have been caught and bowled. A little wide of the bowler, but it was hit like a bullet. And mostly to end a boundary to end that over. A pretty expensive one by Amit. But of course, you can't blame the bowler through and through. The batsmen have been in a devastating mood and form. They're converting good deliveries into boundaries. 112 for 1 after 10 overs. Current run rate is 11.20. Required run rate is under 10, 9.73. The Jaguars require 146 runs in 15 overs, beg your pardon. 146 in 90 balls. Well, the Tigers did have a half chance, you could say. It was a half chance, wasn't a full one when the ball just tipped. Ball just tipped the fingers, outstretched fingers of Prashant. Vijay Samant continues. He'll bowl to Captain Manpreet Uppal, who's batting on 62. And that is again beautifully pulled away off the back foot. Short pitch ball, low, drifting onto the leg side. He swiveled and he pivoted and he pulled that one. A reluctant chase for Prashant Rajgadia to retrieve that ball from out of bounds. And a boundary, 116. 10.1 overs gone. That was a good delivery this time. Pitching well. Manpreet also sensibly playing it with respect for just a single. Now Arav Vij with his reach and his power will surely So Arav Vij is a kind of a batsman. It is all or nothing for him. So one of the rare shots of restraint played by him there. And this time driven straight, but we have Ariman at long on and well fielded. A single there. Now getting his line and length right, Vijay Samant. But full marks to the batsman, not taking any risk. This time full toss. And that is pulled away for a boundary. Let's wait and see. That's a boundary. And that is a beautiful shot. A huge lofted six over mid-wicket. Stepping out and pulling that one. A lofted drive over mid-wicket for a six. 1-4 and a 6. 10 runs in 2 deliveries. 128 for 1. Captain Manpreet Uppal is making mincemeat of this huge total put up by VK Tigers. Manpreet races to 77 of 38 balls. 12 boundaries, 2 sixes. Arav Vij on 39 of 22 with 7 boundaries. The Jaguars are blazing away at a scoring rate of 11.64 per over. They are 128 for 1 after 11. They have 14 more overs to go. And they have 130 runs to score. If this pair continues in the same vein, in the same form, with the same kind of control, mix of aggression and caution, they are surely on target. But I'm sure, as they say, there's many a slip between the cup and the lip. And I'm sure the Tigers bowling and fielding unit will try to upset their tempo and break this partnership. Priority number 1 is to break the partnership for the Tigers bowling and fielding unit. And in comes Van Dam, who has been very good with the bat and fielding well in the outfield. So let's see what he can do. He's a very, very effective left-arm spinner. The only secret is they have to get their line and length right from the first ball. A couple of loose deliveries which the batsman capitalize on, and that upsets the composure of the bowler. Vikram Damle, Van Dam now bowling to Arav Vij, who is on 39. a multi-utility cricketer, Vikram Damle. Bowler, batsman, wicket-keeper, fielder, everything he'll do for you. Lofted full toss up in the air over mid-wicket. And a huge six. Like I said, the key is to get your line and length right from the word go. Otherwise, the batsman will dominate you before you can get into your rhythm. That's what Arav Vij has done with that huge six, which has taken him to 45 of 23 balls, 7 boundaries, 1 6. And that has taken his team to 134. This time, short. 135 and a sensible change in approach by Vikram Damle. Bowling faster and shorter. He realizes that playing loopy, lofted deliveries is not helping the cause. Yes, a long off in the picture. So he's bowling a little faster and flatter because flighted deliveries have been taken to the cleaners by these batsmen. Very good delivery there. Respectfully played, good fielding in the follow through. A good change of approach by Damle, and that is paying off. Rocking off to the back foot, a single. Good bowling so far, except for the first ball. And 137 for 1 after 11.5. 1 ball to go, and Vikram Damle is first over. And a very good cut shot into the gap, Beautifully fielded by Zamir Sheikh, using his legs there at the right moment and saving a certain boundary. With 2 runs where they could have been 4. Good fielding, good bowling by Vikram Damle. Except for the first delivery, immediately changed his approach and his style. Bowled flatter and shorter. End of 12 overs, 139 for 1. 119 runs needed in 13 overs. The asking rate is 9.15. All they have to do is maintain this tempo and momentum going. And half the Jaguars team, though physically present here, is mentally in the bar. Rajiv Nagarani comes to bowl. A safe, a solid drive to long off for a single for Arav to start off against Rajiv Nagarani, who's bowling his first over, a 13th of his team. Nice delivery, straight into the block hole. Good start by Rajiv. Well, Well, that is surely a bump ball. That is an appeal just to lighten the proceedings. Good bowling by Rajiv. And that is not a clean hit. It's not a clean hit. Thankfully, it's not a clean hit. It falls short of the advancing Chris Shah from mid wicket fence. If it was hit any better, the ball would have gone to a catchable distance for Chris Shah. So Aravij, a single of that miss hit, brings Manpreet on strike, who's on 81. Can he? And driven to long off for a single by Manpreet, taking his team to 143. He goes to 82. Aravij, one short of his 50. 49 of 29 balls. 7 boundaries, 1 6. And nice, sensible single. 50 up for the Power Ranger Aravij. 50 in 30 balls. End of 13 overs. Jaguars 144 for 1. They are chasing a 257 and make 258 to win. So we'll have the official drinks break now. End of 13. 2 balls, 12 boundaries, 2 sixes, out of which 50 of 30 balls, 7 boundaries, 1 6. Fabulous over by Rajiv Nagrani. Probably the most economical so far by any Tigers. So Manno is on 82, out of 150. Vikram Damle, a good one over with 11 runs, except for the 6 he conceded on the first ball. The rest of the over was pretty tight. So maybe if these two continue for the next 6 overs, they can probably put a break on the free flow of the runs being scored by Arav and Manpreet. Let's wait and watch. We'll resume after this drinks break. Okay. strained, but he is also playing in a balanced manner. So 114 runs needed in 72 balls. Vikram Damle to Arav Van Dam. Well, like his first over, he started with a full toss in his second, but lucky this one didn't cost him a 6. The batsman is just checking with the umpire if the field restrictions are being followed. Otherwise, it's declared as a no ball and then get a free hit. Van Dam to Manpreet. Reaching out, up. And that is a 6. Ariman Pillai was there. He's tall, he's lanky. But the ball had already crossed. And that's a youth 6. Sensibly reading that delivery. And a youth 6. Oh, that was not a clean contact. And good chasing by Ronak Dole Patil, the captain and keeper. All the same, 2 runs. Manpreet Uppal on 90 of 44 balls. 153 for 1. Well, now this time flat and fast, Vikram Damle. I think he's bowling very sensibly, varying his approach, bowling speed, line length, mixing it up. And beating him! Appeal for a stumping. And that is an appeal for stumping. Arav completely beaten. Van Dam, very intelligent bowling, looping that delivery. And Arav had already played the stroke before the ball passed him. The third umpire has been called into action. And the umpire is now going through the review. Review is only allowed for stumping and run out. And it's out. Arav has succumbed to a beautiful beguiling delivery that completely befuddled Arav. A beautiful delivery by Vikram Damle, who gets his first wicket. 154 for 2. Second wicket falls off the Jaguars batting. But Arav won't be so disappointed because he has contributed a healthy 51 runs in 32 balls. And he has made his contribution in the team's cause so far. Now the remaining batsmen have to continue supporting the captain Manpreet Uppal. Well played, Arav. He returns to the pavilion to a generous applause by his teammates for innings well played. Vikram Damle strikes blood and he gets his first wicket, second wicket for his team. Now you'll see a bit of a spring in the stride, pep in the step of the Tigers after they have broken this partnership. That was the first priority. They would be delirious if they can get the wicket of Captain Manpreet Uppal of the Jaguars. That would be an icing on the cake, as he is the danger man now. He has got the key to the treasury, so to speak. He has the key to the success of the Jaguars batting. He's batting fabulously on 91 of 45 balls, 12 boundaries, 3 sixes, strike rate of 202.2. Puneet Samant, a capable, able, and more importantly, a sensible batsman. He knows his job is to play second fiddle. His job is to play support function for the informed captain, who is not looking in any sort of trouble or bother or discomfort, whatever in the middle of the crease. Van Dam now has adjusted his field. And tries to dig away back to the point. The fielder is sharp there. Zameer Sheikh limits that single. Manpreet also decides not to take it. That helps him to keep strike. 154 for 2 after 14 overs. In 11 overs, they need 104 runs. The required rate is under 10, 9.45. So, Captain Manpreet Uppal is 9 runs short of a century. And I'm sure that is not what he has in mind. What will drive him forward is his team's victory. The century would probably be just a byproduct if it does happen. Rajiv Nagrani to continue. He's really bowled very, very well. He's been the pick of the bowlers so far. And he's been ably supported by Van Dam, Vikram Damle. On the other end, who got a wicket. You can see, as compared to the Jaguars, the Tigers have quite a few players closer to the wicket. Short edge outside off. A miss hit there. The keeper retrieves it, but enough time for a single. Single is something that will not bother the bowling team, the fielding unit. That should be wide down the leg side. Probably the first time he's straight down the leg side, Rajiv Nagrani. He's kept it nice and straight, or maybe at times outside off. Single takes them to 158 for 2. Puneet on strike now, 158 for 2. Again, a good over by Rajiv Nagarani. Oh, lofted drive, beaten the short fielder there. Boundary by Puneet Samant. A trap was laid for him. There is a short fielder in the catching position there in Rishi Chainani. But he lofted that ball just high enough to be out of reach of Rishi Chainani's outstretched hands. Boundary wide of long off for the Jaguars and Puneet Samant. They move on to 162 for 2. The ball is gone into the nursery there. A search is on for the ball. Okay, the ball is retrieved. Fabulous boundary, Puneet Samant. 162 for 2 now. 96 needed in 61 balls. Last ball to go. There was a very good over so far until that boundary was conceded. But to be fair to the bowler, he had bowled to the bowling plan. The batsman went for that shot, but the ball was higher than the fielder's hands. This time again, driving, beaten the fielder there. Long off fields, a single, end of that over. Puneet Samant keeps the strike. 163 for 2 after 15 overs. Captain Manpreet Uppal must be glad that Puneet Samant is taken off from where Arav Vij left off. He stepped into the Arav's shoes perfectly. A similar kind of approach and tempo. And most importantly, he's supporting his captain very well. Balls. He's too short of the highest score of this match by Prashant Rajgadia, 95. Vikram Damle continues from Council Hall End to Puneet Samant. And that is loopy, lofty, but straight to the fielder at cover, Priyak Patel. Vikram Damle bowling the same kind of delivery that got Arav Vij out. Full toss, reached out to it and made it into a full toss. Just a single there to Tariq at mid wicket. Off the back foot into the covers. Oh, and that beats. That surprised the fielder there, but good cover up by Priyag. Fabulous teamwork by the fielding unit. And that's a wide ball outside off. Manpreet is on 94. And that's pulled away into the gap. on the leg side. And that is 98 for Manpreet Uppal. 171 for two of the Jaguars after 15.4 overs. After that boundary makes Manpreet Uppal the highest scorer. He has overhauled the score of 95 put in by Prashant Rajgadia. Too short of his 100, Manpreet Uppal. A lovely single stolen there by Manpreet. And also keeps the strike there. He's on 99. On the threshold, on the cusp of 100. End of 16 overs, 172 for 2. The Jaguars need 86 runs in 54 balls. 86 needed in 9 overs. Krish Shah coming to bowl from the Pune club end now. He'll be bowling to Manpreet Uppal, who's on 99. And that's a century for Manpreet Uppal, captain of the Jaguars. 100 in 52 balls, 13 boundaries and 1 6. 3 sixes, beg your pardon. A strike rate of 192.3. That boundary takes his team 4 runs closer to the winning target. Oh, inside edge. Inside edge, and that looks like Vijay Samant just managed to stop that inside the fence. Good job done. Beg your pardon, the earlier delivery was not a boundary, it was just a single by Manpreet, but all the same, that got him his 100. This time, 2 runs for Puneet Samant. 175 for 2. Oh, what a beautiful shot. Shot that is wonderfully lifted into the mid-wicket area for a boundary. Converting that ball into a full toss and just playing through the line, a lofted, lifted shot into the mid-wicket area for a boundary. 179 for 2. 79 needed in 51 balls. Single to end that over. It's 180 for 2. The over's not yet ended. Good dot ball. This time straight to Vijay Samant at square leg for a single. So Rajiv coming from the other end up to bowl his last over. A third over, beg your pardon. Played straight into the bowler's follow through. A dot ball. Oh, and that's dropped. Hard luck for Van Dam there. The ball suddenly dipped. It dipped very sharply and just went out of his reach. A live for Manpreet Uppal. A drop catch. A painful moment for the Tigers fielding. The match goes on. Once again, a swing and a miss. Heave ho. This time, a nice straight drive, but straight to long off. Ramnani fields. Just flicking the fingers of the bowler, that shot. This time, lofted, one bounce to long on. Very nicely judged by Chris Shah, that ball. Good stroke by Manpreet. He restricted the force behind it. Controlled shot. Short pitch ball off the back foot. Amit Ramnani. This time he cannot stop it. A boundary there at long off. End of 18 overs, 188 for 2. Some wonderful bowling by Rajiv Nagrani. The best bowler so far, 3 overs, 21 runs. So Manpreet Uppal, little master, still there in the crease, playing a captain's knock, dragging his team safely and surely towards the finish line. Still a long way to go. 70 runs needed in 7 overs. Vikram Damle bowls his last over. Is that his last? I think it is his last, yes. Vikram Damle is bowling his last over from the Pune club end. They still have one more over to go from Rajiv Nagrani, who's done a very good job for them. Van Dam bowling to Manpreet, who's on 103. And they have a fielder there on the boundary. That's Rajiv Nagrani. Single. Now 68 runs needed in 42 balls. And that's a no ball. We wonder why. The keeper caught the ball ahead of the stumps. That is why the umpire declared a no ball, and therefore by default it's a free hit. Every no ball now in limited overs becomes a free hit. Well, a good delivery there. Just a single conceded of that free hit. A good delivery by Van Dam. .191 for 2. Full toss ball. Will short. It falls short of Chris Shah at long on. A single. Manpreet stepping out and hitting that one. Hitting it with control. Was never in danger of getting caught. This time rocking on the back foot. Wonderful delivery by Van Dam. And good fielding by Chris Shah. That ball is coming so teasingly. Every delivery, lofted delivery hit is putting the fielder in two minds, whether he should go for a catch or save a boundary. Off the back foot towards point, Kapil Sareen, good fielding, a single. End of that Van Dam's over, a good over by Van Dam. He ends with 4 overs, 36 runs, 1 wicket. And 194 for 2 after 19 overs. Now, Vikram Kakade going to resume his fielding. He'll be there with his team in the crucial overs. So, Rajiv Nagrani continues, has been the pick of the bowlers for Manpreet facing Rajiv Nagrani. He's on 106. 64 needed in 6 overs. And that was a surprising bounce there. The rare deliveries that it's bounced awkwardly. Otherwise, the wicket is played true. The bounce has been true. First delivery that bounced really awkwardly, surprising the batsman. Lucky not to get an edge. A beautiful shot. Steps out and wonderfully drove it between the long on and mid wicket. Perfectly piercing that gap like a pizza cutter. Manpreet Uppal, 110 and 62. 198 for 2, 2 short of 200. 60 runs needed in 34 balls. Full toss delivery and perfectly placed into the gap. A rare loose delivery by Rajiv Nagrani. Probably the first loose delivery he's bowled in his innings. But 200 up for the Jaguars. Manpreet goes to 114. 202 for 2 after 19.3 overs. Fabulous full toss delivery. Actually, Manpreet also stepped out, converted that to a full toss. Short pitch. Getting on top of the ball, straight to Priyak Patel on the cover boundary. A single this time. Also, it's 55 runs from 32 balls, 55 from 5.2 overs. That is a beautiful teasing delivery outside off. Just tempting the batsman to fidget with it. He did. Lucky the batsman didn't get an edge. Converting it into a full toss. And Vikram Damle, who's a very, very good, reliable fielder. And Manpreet is good running, good fielding, good throwing. End of the 20th over, 205 for 2. 53 runs needed in 5 overs. It still can be anybody's match. Remember that. As we go towards the fag end, the pressure increases. They have to go for big hits. That might induce mistakes. It can be anybody's match. Good bowling by Rajiv Nagrani. 4 overs for 32 runs, the best bowler so far. I have a feeling, I think that's Vikram Kakade now, the captain, who is bowling for the VK Tigers from the Pune Club end. He'll be bowling to his opposing captain, Manpreet Uppal, who is firmly rooted on that crease on 115 of 64, completely in control, in command. And Vikram Kakade bowling to Manpreet Uppal. The field is being adjusted. Prashant Rajgadia goes to replace Rajiv Nagarani, who stepped out for a much-deserved break after those wonderful 4 deliveries. So let's see, mostly a predominantly offside field. 4 fielders on the leg side and 5 on the offside. That, oh, and a costly drop. A costly drop there. And that's a 6. Manpreet Uppal gets 6, where he could have been caught and coming back to the pavilion. But right now he's climbing higher and higher towards the target. He goes to 121. This is his 4th sixer. 121 in 65 deliveries. Again going for a lofted hit. Zamir. Well, the non-striker was keen for a second, but Puneet not taking the risk. Off the back foot and a boundary towards point area. Loose delivery, short and wide outside off. On the back foot, lofted shot, lofted cut shot. Puneet Saman 28. Jaguars 216 for 2 after 20.3. 42 runs needed in 27 balls. 42 in 27 balls needed. Oh, and that's cut away behind the keeper for a boundary. पाणी दे रे जरा प्यायला प्लीज. पाणी पाणी पाहिजे प्यायला. Back-to-back boundaries have eased the pressure on the Jaguars. Puneet Saman there now is relieving the pressure of his captain, who had played a risky shot earlier and was dropped. And that's off the back foot. Oh, it was a good catch taken by Chris Shah, but could not hold on to it. It was a valiant attempt. We'll spare a thought for this young man. Unfortunately, he could not cling on to it. He reached the ball, it touched his outstretched hands, and it was there in the spade, so to speak. Life for Puneet. Jaguars march on. On drive, into the gap. Good use of the legs by Zamir. Just 2 runs there. A masterful chase is under progress. We are witnessing a wonderful textbook example of how a team should chase a total that has asking rate of more than 10 runs per over. End of 21 overs, 223 for 2. Jaguars need 35 runs in 24 balls. 35 in 24 balls. Manpreet on a whopping score of 124. 67 balls, 15 boundaries, 4 sixes. Puneet Samant supporting him very well with 33 of 22 balls and 5 wonderful boundaries. The partnership is of 69 of 44. 2 good partnerships, one at the top of the innings and one after that. A fabulous opening partnership by Arav Vij and Manpreet. Then this fabulous second wicket partnership by Puneet and Manpreet Uppal. Chris Shah bowling the 22nd over of his team. And his third over, he's conceded 25 runs so far in 2 overs. That's up in the air, that's up in the air! And it's Amit Ramnani there at mid-wicket. We'll wait for his call, umpire is waiting, whether it's a 4 or a 6. And that's a 6. Puneet Samant with the first 6 of his innings. 229 for 2, 29 needed in 23 balls. Well, beautiful delivery, yorking the batsman. But 2 runs there, ball going behind square leg. 2 runs, 231 now. 27 needed in 22 balls. 27 needed in 22 balls. And well, that ball slipped out of his hands. The umpire declared it a dead ball. The ball just doesn't cross half the pitch. That's a dead ball, happens. Probably the hands and palms must be sweaty in the sun. Oh. And that's bowled him. And that's bowled him. Chris Shah with the wicket. Bowling Puneet Samant, bowled on 41. 231 for 3. Aman Parekh. Aman is not padded. He's padded. We have Vijay, we have Umesh Pillai is padded. Om Bakoria is padded. Okay, so Umesh Pillai steps in. Like I told you, it's not yet over until the fat lady sings, until the winning runs are scored. The third wicket falls. Puneet Samant with a good healthy contribution of 41 and a good partnership of more than 80 runs for the second wicket. Now, Umesh Pillai is there. Chris Shah with his first wicket, third of his team. 27 runs in 21 balls. 27 in 21 balls. As far as they have Manpreet Uppal present there, and as far as he gets most of the strike, the Jaguars will not be very perturbed or disturbed. Full toss ball, converting it to a nice off drive, a single to Van Dam. Full toss going to the fielder. Taken. Finally, Amit Ramnane manages to take a catch. And that is the crowning moment for Amit Ramnane. What a crucial moment for a wicket to fall. And it's Manpreet Uppal, the captain, who's fallen on 124 at a crucial juncture. Two brand new batsmen on the crease when they need 26 runs in 19 balls. Like I told you, it's still anybody's match. Still anybody's match. And a stupendous innings of 124 runs. "15 boundaries and 4 sixes. Strike rate of 182.35. Manpreet Uppal 124. Now the responsibility is on the shoulders of these two brand new batsmen. It is Om Bakoria now joining Umesh Pillai. And trust me, they are both brand new, so it becomes a tough task. Just a matter of self-belief and confidence for the batting team and continuing to apply the pressure for the fielding team. Krish Shah bringing his team into the match. And a beautiful off drive by Om Bakoria. Immediately making impression with that single of the last ball. 2 wickets for Krish Shah in this over. 35 for 2 for Krish Shah. 25 runs needed in 3 overs. 25 needed in 3 overs. It's Vijay Samant now. It's a move that could go both ways. A dot ball to start with. 25 runs now needed in 17 balls. Short and wide. Straight to the fielder there. Rishi Chainani. Short extra cover. 2 dot balls adding to the pressure. Well, this time a single to mid wicket. And another dot ball. 24 needed in 14 balls. The pressure is mounting. And that's the boundary. A full toss ball pulled away by Umesh Pillai to a square leg area. 20 needed in 13 balls. A few more of these hits and that will relieve the pressure. End of that over. A good one by Vijay Samant. "20 runs needed in 12 balls. 20 runs needed in 12 balls. We have ripe conditions for a super over. "20 needed in 12 balls. 12 balls, 20 runs. 20 runs needed in the last 2 overs. 10 per over. Krish bowling to Bakoria. And that's nicely played into the gap. Boundary by Om Bakoria. Reaching out for that ball. And going on to the knees and lofting it wide of mid wicket. A fabulous boundary. He hit the ball very intended to hit. And 16 needed in 11 balls. 16 runs needed in 11 balls. 16 in 1.5 overs. Om Bakoria looks in control, looks in command, looks capable. "16 needed in 11 balls in 1.5 overs. 16. Krish Shah bowling to Om Bakoria. Captain Ronak Dole Patil on field. captain, that is. Once again converted to a full toss. And Tariq there doing a good job. Fabulous fielding by Tariq Parwani, saving the certain 2 runs and limiting that stroke, saving 2 runs. Tariq Parwani, 14 needed in 10 balls, 14 needed in 1.4 overs, 14 needed in 10 balls. Good work in the deep by Tariq Parwani. Well, not making the kind of contact that he wanted, Om Bakoria. But all the same, they cross over for a single. 13 runs needed in 9 balls. Driven to long off for a single. Twelve in 8. 12 runs needed in 8 balls. Again, this one is going to the fielder and just a single. 11 runs needed in 7 balls. 11 in 7. Oh, a sad misfield. And that's a boundary. Well, beating 2 fielders there. And now you need a 7 in 6 balls. That boundary bringing the match within the comfort zone of the Jaguars. Taking the match just that little bit away from the Tigers. End of 24 overs, 251 for 4. 7 runs needed in 6 balls. 7 runs and 6 balls remaining. Who will pick up the gauntlet? Who will take the bull by the horns? Who will bell the cat? Who will bowl the last over? Let's see who's doing it. Looks like Amit Ramnani. Amit Ramnani is doing the unenviable task of bowling the last over. After all the running around on the boundary, he finally took the catch of Manpreet Uppal nonetheless. So 7 runs and 6 balls. 7 runs and 6 balls remaining. 7 runs needed in 6 balls. On strike will be Om Bakoria. Om Bakoria there on 10 of 8 balls. Umesh Pillai on 10 of 6 balls. Umesh with 2 boundaries. Om Bakoria with the 1 boundary. Oh, that's up in the air and taken. Zamir Sheikh takes that catch. Om Bakoria, deceived by that very lolly floater delivery, went for an expansive shot. And holding out to Zamir Sheikh there, who did a great job of catching that one. He had to run backwards to catch that one. A crucial moment at a very crucial wicket for the Jaguars. So now 7 runs needed in 5 balls. And according to the new rules, the batsman can't cross over. So Aman Parikh has to go and take strike. 7 runs of 5 balls. Seven needed in 5 balls. Aman Parikh on strike facing Amit Ramnani. Amit Ramnani with a wicket and a catch in this match. And that's a dot ball. Is the tide turning? Pressure mounts. 7 runs in 4 balls. So 6 balls and 3 runs needed. 3 balls and 6 runs. Okay, 5 runs and 2 balls. The Tigers have made a match of it. And that's straight. And that's victory for VK Tigers. A twist in the tail, unexpected finish to the match. It was a match for the Jaguars to lose, which they did. Losing 255, the innings is folded for the Jaguars. They lose by 2 runs. VK Tigers win by 2 runs. Absolutely disappointing end for the Jaguars, who were in control of the match until the last over, but suddenly the tide turned. Many congratulations to VK Tigers. They have pulled a victory from the jaws of to us for supporting us in organizing this match. Yes. And Amit Ramnani, the border security force, playing a lion's role in the victory. And after all, the 95 scored by Prashant Rajgadia becomes a match-winning score. Great tail end overs by Vijay Samant, by Amit Ramnani, by Krish Shah. Fabulous rearguard effort. And many congratulations to VK Tigers. Many congratulations, VK Tigers. And that is why we love this glorious game of cricket. Fabulous cricket match. नहीं ये रमनानी है. There is a red iPhone we found in the pavilion. Red iPhone. Red iPhone. So Prashant Rajgadia of VK Tigers is the man of the match for a match-winning 95 with 16 boundaries and 2 sixes. Well, the best performance was by Manpreet Uppal, but the man of the match innings was by Prashant Rajgadia. Okay, so we are signing off. Our CCL begins on 22nd November, 22nd of this month, April. The Pune Club Cricket League Leather Ball Day and Night Tournament starts from 22nd, and telecast will be live on YouTube from the Pune Club grounds. This is your commentator Rahul Kshirosagar signing off. God bless. Bye bye. Have a great Sunday evening. Thank you.